off over a mile 70, a stumbling start for Princess on a Mission. Straight to the lead, Grand Warrior with Sunset Skippy to his outside. Z-Hub tucking in down along the inside in third. It's a gap of 3 lengths to Princess on a Mission, and Powaka, the mares, trail the field. 7 furlongs to travel. It's the favorite, Grand Warrior and Sofia Vives. A length to Sunset Skippy, Luis Contreras in the Red Silks in second, with Z-Hub and Juan Crawford third. Then 3 lengths to Princess on a Mission, racing in fourth, a length and a half better than Powaka. They turn into the backside. The opening quarter was 23-4, and now they face the wind. It's Grand Warrior at 4-5, leading the charge, a length to Sunset Skippy, who's traveling well in second. Z-Hub tugging at Juan Crawford in third. He's a length better than Princess on a Mission, and Powaka, who are beginning to take closer order. They approach the half-mile marker. Grand Warrior still on top, now opens up a length and 3/4 to Sunset Skippy. They really slowed the tempo down as they race the headwind. It's 49 flat to the half. Z-Hub now asked to keep up from third. 3 deep is Princess on a Mission, and Powaka is trying to split horses. Midway round the turn, 5/16 of a mile to travel. Grand Warrior and Sunset Skippy open up on the rest of the field as Z-Hub tires. Powaka is into third between horses with Princess on a Mission out wide. Sunset Skippy asked to catch up to Grand Warrior now, but Grand Warrior still traveling well. 3/4, 1:14-2. They reach the head of the lane, and it's Grand Warrior and Sofia Vives on top. Contreras asked Sunset Skippy to keep up, but the margin is widening. Grand Warrior opens up 3. It's a football field back to the rest. Grand Warrior drawing clear in the final stages. Grand Warrior going to win by 2 3/4 over Sunset Skippy. Then Powaka, Z-Hub, and Princess on a Mission, 144-2. They're off. Good beginning for Forest Flash from the center. Down along the inside, the stablemate C to Air also vying for position with Sterling Castle to the outside. Then we have Mia and Me on the extreme outside with Always Away racing in fifth, closer to the rail, and the early trailer is the gray Heat Merchant. Forest Flash and Helen Vanek lead the way, 3 parts of a length to Sterling Castle and Deshaun Gaskin. Michael David has C to Air in a good spot, third along the inside as they complete the opening quarter in 22-4. It's a gap of 2 to Always Away and Juan Crawford racing solo, a length and a half better than Mia and Me and Luis Reyes. The trailer still Heat Merchant with Brian Shane. They reach the 3. It's Forest Flash who's led from the offset. Sterling Castle asked to keep up now by Gaskin with C to Air still waiting in third. Always Away under submerging now, getting closer, moving well, swinging to the outside. 4 lengths back to Mia and Me, and Heat Merchant has trailed throughout. They reach the top of the lane, 4 across the track. C to Air in a bit tight, trying to rally up the inside. 4 deep, Always Away. Sweeps to the front with Sterling Castle as Forest Flash calls it quits. It's Always Away and Juan Crawford. They're up by 2. Sterling Castle trying to fight back on down along the inside. Mia and Me closing late, but this is an easy rallying score for Always Away, ridden out by Juan Crawford to win by 3. Sterling Castle second, then Mia and Me, C to Air, Forest Flash, and Heat Merchant, 117-2. They're off. Coach Cayley got squeezed a bit at the starts, going to trail the field early. Good speed from the inside for Lisiate, who's quickly opening up a length and a half on Cinnamon Bits, racing on the outside of Uncharacteristic. Then we have a trio, In It to Win It, Coach Cayley between horses, and out wide Sarah's Dancer. The early trailer is Gambler's Pose. They race around the opening turn and approach the backside. It is Lisiate and Deshaun Bino who have easily taken the lead. They're up by 2. Cinnamon Bits second on the outside of Uncharacteristic. Sarah's Dancer in the orange blinkers has moved into 4th on the far outside, with Coach Cayley 5th, racing alongside In It to Win It, and Gambler's Pose coming to the extreme outside. Very slow opening pace, 26 flat for the first quarter. It's Lisiate still on top, but now Cinnamon Bits has shortened the margin to 3/4. Sarah's Dancer has moved into 3rd after a slow beginning. 4th on the inside is Uncharacteristic with Coach Cayley. Out wide Gambler's Pose, the new trailer, In It to Win It. It's only about 4 lengths front to back. The half was 50 flat. Now it's a 3-way duel for the lead. Cinnamon Bits with a short advantage ridden along. Sarah's Dancer out wide and Lisiate trying to dig back in. Now Chad Lee takes Coach Cayley off the inside. Widest into the stretches. Gambler's Pose. They're all in with a chance. It is Lisiate still on top. Cinnamon Bits right there. Uncharacteristic with plenty of room. And here's Coach Cayley. Coach Cayley with a sweeping move under Chad Lee assumes control. Uncharacteristic and In It to Win It from the back. But Coach Cayley easily. Coach Cayley 2.5 to Uncharacteristic, then In It to Win It. Gambler's Pose, Lisiate, Cinnamon Bits, and Sarah's Dancer. 127-2. They're off. Good beginning. Where is Essa out well from the outside, having to steady at the start. There was Paperback Hero. He's last early. Speed from the outside from Where is Essa. Down along the rail, Bill Needle overtakes Name of the Game, who's tugging at the rider with Commander Joe to his outside. A gap of 2 to A La Carte racing in 5th, a length better than Gus's Gamble, and Paperback Hero can see them all. Down the backstretch they go. It's Where is Essa now being pressed by Commander Joe as they complete the opening quarter in 23 flat. Name of the Game is 3rd between horses with A La Carte moving up to his outside. Bill Needle 5th, then Gus's Gamble and Paperback Hero. Halfway home, it's Where is Essa and Commander Joe head and head midway round the turn. Name of the Game biding his time on the inside in 3rd with A La Carte 4th. Here comes Gus's Gamble and Paperback Hero both trying to rally from last, and Bill Needle the new trailer. 46 flat to the half. Where is Essa trying to shrug off the challenge of Commander Joe? Name of the Game moving well down the far outside with Paperback Hero nearer the rail. It's Where is Essa, Commander Joe tired. Name of the Game coming. A La Carte down the far outside. It's still Where is Essa clinging to the lead. Name of the Game surging. 70 yards to go. Where is Essa? Name of the Game. Where is Essa? Holds on. Where is Essa neck to Name of the Game, then Commander Joe. Tight for 4th between Bill Needle, A La Carte, Paperback Hero, then Gus's Gamble. 6 furlongs and 111-4. They're off. Good speed from the center for Sultry Sophie and Super Serenade. Jagana also out well. Her Obsession looking to race from mid-pack down along the inside. Widest is Miss Wobbles racing to the outside of Noble Bowden, and tailed off early is Pamela's Bet. Midway down the backstretch, it's Sultry Sophie and Pierre Mailhot with a short lead to Super Serenade, who's fighting hard down along the inside. These two open up 2 lengths on Jagana as they complete the opening quarter in 22-2. Noble Bowden racing in 4th, ridden along with Miss Wobbles to the outside in 5th. Then we have Her Obsession, and coming off the rail now, Pamela's Bet looking to split foes. Sultry Sophie still holding a short advantage from Super Serenade, who's still right there. Jagana creeping closer in 3rd. It's well back to Noble Bowden in 4th, 46 1.5. Her Obsession along the inside. Pamela's Bet rallying, and the new trailer is Miss Wobbles. They corner, and it is now Super Serenade, who's a length clear of Sultry Sophie. Jagana 3rd. Here comes Pamela's Bet down the far outside. It's Super Serenade and Juan Crawford. They've opened up 2. Pamela's Bet with good momentum down the far outside, but Super Serenade has a winning break. Super Serenade by 2. Pamela's Bet second best, then Sultry Sophie, Jagana, Noble Bowden, Miss Wobbles, and Her Obsession, 113-3. They're off. Our Skyline with a very sharp break from the center of the gate. Also out well is Canadian Forces with its Payday out 3 deep. Your Heart tugging at the rider, but going to try and settle in a good spot down along the inside, stalking the pace. LaRonde mid-pack out in the 3-path as they race into the turn. She's racing a length better than Feisty Mama, and it's 4 lengths back to Charity First. Round the turn and into the backstretch they go. The lead now assumed by Canadian Forces, 3 parts of a length to Our Skyline. Luis Reyes in its Payday 3rd on the outside of Your Heart, the favorite under Sofia Vives as they complete the opening quarter in 25 seconds flat. Mailhot has LaRonde in mid-pack in 5th, a length and a half better than Feisty Mama, and then still 2.5 lengths to Charity First. Midway down the backstretch, it's Canadian Forces and Juan Crawford on top, a length and a half at 16-1 with Our Skyline tracking second on the outside. Your Heart moving well 3rd on the inside of its Payday. LaRonde in some traffic with Feisty Mama moving up to her outside, and Charity First can see them all. The half is 49-2. They're midway round the turn. Canadian Forces under a drive now, trying to hold the lead. Your Heart just needs a split as its Payday stalls 3 deep. Our Skyline still in the mix. Charity First going to try and rally up the rail. It's Canadian Forces who has to deal with the challenge of the favorite, Your Heart. Your Heart and Vives put the head in front of Canadian Forces. Here comes a late rally from LaRonde down along the inside, and it's Payday out widest, but Your Heart going to deliver at the short price promised. It's Your Heart and Sofia Vives. Late charge from LaRonde for second, then Canadian Forces, its Payday, Charity First, Our Skyline, and Feisty Mama, 128-3. They're off. Firecracker Fiona broke to the outside, speed towards the inside from Sobiek, Speedy Lady, and here comes Brengan Girl vying for position. Firecracker Fiona now forwardly placed with Ruthless Action in the early fray. Mo Argento racing in 5th, 2 lengths better than Speedy Girl, who's been taking back after a good break. Then it's Reach for the Top, and YMCA will have to come last to first. Very clustered up front. The opening quarter, 23 seconds flat. On the inside, it's Brengan Girl battling with Sobiek. Firecracker Fiona presses these two from the 3-path. Ruthless Action covered up in 4th, racing 3/4 of a length better than Mo Argento in 5th. It's a gap of 6 back to Reach for the Top, and the trailing duo YMCA and Speedy Lady. Midway round the turn, it's Sobiek now with the head in front, but Firecracker Fiona moving best of the leading trio. Brengan Girl third down along the inside, 46 flat to the half. Ruthless Action, Kirk Johnson trying to get off the fence with Mo Argento to his outside. YMCA trying to rally from last down the extreme outside. It's Firecracker Fiona and Luis Reyes with a furlong to hold off. YMCA down the far outside. Mo Argento, Brengan Girl down along the inside. YMCA flies from last and gets up under Sofia Vives. It's YMCA to win by length and a half. Firecracker Fiona second, then Sobiek, Mo Argento, and Brengan Girl in a photo for 5th. 1:18-3. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Fort Erie Racetrack on a drizzly, actually I'd call it more just rainy, it's a little more than a drizzle right now, a rainy Tuesday twilight card of thoroughbred racing. Solid rain falling right now. It's warm, 23 degrees Celsius or 74 Fahrenheit. Wind coming, it's tough to say which direction, listed at 17 miles per hour. Main track is currently listed as fast and the turf currently listed as firm, but I would say those are dubious conditions, and I would be awaiting changes given the current state of the weather outside. 7 races on tap today, 29 minutes to first post. Visit our website, forterieracing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show for info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping, and info about upcoming races and events. We'll be back next week at Fort Erie with our Monday, Tuesday race cards. Post time will be 4:30. Tonight's concert featuring Almost Cool has been rescheduled due to the weather. Almost Cool will be here next week on Tuesday with a free concert after the races. And more dog racing action coming up on August 3rd here at Fort Erie when the Basset Hounds and Corgis will take the track. Also taking place on Basset Hound and Corgi Day, we'll have the Battle of the Breeds where Wiener Dog champion Frank will take on the winners of the Basset Hound and Corgi races for the Mixed Breed Championship. Fort Foodie Fest returning on Sunday, August 30th, this year sponsored by TELUS Pure Fiber Internet. Be sure to come out for live racing in the Food Truck Festival. Post time will be 12:15. The 91st running of the Prince of Wales Stakes is taking place this year on Labor Day, Monday, September 7th. Returning this year for Prince of Wales Day will be the fashion contest where the best dressed ladies will win a gift certificate to Lasting Impressions Lifestyle Boutique in Ridgeway. We're also pleased to announce that the purse of the Prince of Wales Stakes has been lifted to $500,000 this year. We've also got purse increases in a couple of the other stakes on the card. So all in all, there'll be nearly $1 million up for grabs on Labor Day this year. Be sure to come out for one of Canada's best days of racing of the year. Fort Erie's Track-A-Lantern returns on October 12th. Kids in costume can trick or treat around the track starting at noon. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $15 per person. The track pack includes 1 food item, 1 drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. We are having non-winning ticket draws today here at Fort Erie. Bring your losing tickets to customer service and drop them in the basket to enter the prize draw. Today's prize draw features a dog goodie bag, courtesy of Pet Food Outlet. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Tune into the Fort Erie Race Replay Show on your TV Niagara, Channel 70 HD or 100 Epico, Thursdays at 10:30, Saturdays at 4, and Sundays at noon. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage are allowed in these areas, and no cannabis is permitted on the property. Up next are today's changes. Race 1 is clear, no changes in the first. In race 2, we have a rider change on the number 3, Last Glimmer, make the rider Praven Badri, and vet scratch for the number 6, My Cash Factor. Race 3, we have an overweight on the number 1, Let's Go Liam, 1 pound over at 121. Number 2, Dodester, there's a rider change, make the rider Jalon Samuel. And a rider change on the number 4, Heavy Like a Chevy, make the rider Kirk Johnson. In race 4, we have a rider change on the number 3, Jagger Dude, make the rider Chad Lee. Overweight on the number 7, Solo Surging, 1 pound over at 121. And vet scratch the number 8, Bust the Trust.
take out the 8. In race 5, we have a rider change on the number 4, Spirit Bear, make the rider Zerrel Ford. And a rider change on the number 6, Abitibi, make the rider Praven Badri. Race 6, we have a rider change on the number 1, Ghost Hero, make the rider Praven Badri. We also have a rider change on the number 8, Le Grand Garçon, make the rider Luis Reyes. Race 7, rider change on the number 1, Frederica's Rose, make the rider Praven Badri. And a rider change on the number 6, Seeking Title Ready, make the rider Luis Reyes. "24 minutes to today's first post, 7 races on tap here. As a reminder, pay attention to the track conditions. We're currently fast on the main and firm on the turf, but it is raining. It has been raining, and it's very likely that things will change. So maybe take some of these picks with a grain of salt as well. But on that note, let's take a look at our selections on today's card. Race 1 is a 5,000 claimer for the mares, 3-year-olds and up, which haven't won a race this year or which have never won 4. 5.5 furlongs the distance. Early pick 5 wager kicks off here. Pretty competitive field of 5 going to kick off the day. I've gone in the direction of the morning line favorite, number 4, Legs Like Flatter. Trainer Sharon Chicotto and jockey Juan Crawford teamed up for a 2-win day yesterday, and they've got a good chance to keep that momentum going. Legs Like Flatter was a winner at the 62.50 level in her first start of the year on June 7th. Came back 22 days later for 8,000 on June 29th. Ran a bit of a flat race, fell back to the back of the pack and past a couple of tiring foes. Drops in for the 5,000 here and should have a pretty honest pace to run at here. She really likes the Fort Erie surface. She's been in the top 3 in 7 of 8 starts here on the Fort Erie dirt, and I think she will take some beating against this group. Number 3, Pop Chart, is a mare by Motown, who I've liked in her 2 starts here at Fort Erie. I think she's raced well both times, especially last time when running second to the very back classy American, of course. She's got speed to have good position. The Steve Cathcart outfit is having a strong meet here at Fort Erie, and Alexis Sanchez scored his first win of the season last week aboard Because. So I expect another good performance out of Pop Chart. Number 1, Rifling, was a winner last week, or 9 days ago. It was on our Wiener Dog Sunday card. One ahead over Nicole's Song. It was a very game win. Chad Lee did the riding and was claimed that day, and Chad Lee will retain the mount. Now going for the barn of Julie Mathis. Chad Lee won for the Julie Mathis barn yesterday aboard Coach Kaylee. Rifling, just a very honest mare, very good, consistent record, almost always in the top 3. Hard to ignore here. I think she's got a good chance from the inside. Race 2 is a 4,000 claimer for the mares which haven't won a race this year or which have never won 4. This is a 6-furlong sprint to kick off the early pick 4. Very notable scratch of the Woodbine shipper, number 6, My Cash Factor. Leaves us with a field of 5. My top choice is the number 2, Nicole's Song. Nicole's Song ran a very good race against Rifling, who we just mentioned is racing in today's first race. Battled on the lead and kept on very gamely, put away the other speed, and then had to hold off the challenge of Rifling. Missed by a head. I like that run a lot. Deshawn Gaskin can ride this one for Joe Humber and Tessa Pissarro, and I think she's in a good spot to score her first win in quite a while. Number 5, Super Cop. Juan Crawford rides this 7-year-old mare for owner-trainer Aaron Rickman. Ran a very good race on the turf on June 29th, beaten a neck by the Really Thirsty. Before that was 4th against Tougher on the dirt track. She's good on either surface. Juan Crawford having a fantastic meet. Had a 3-win day yesterday, so Super Cop in the short field looks like a contender. Then the number 3, Last Glimmer. Beaten 11 lengths by the runaway Hot Omelet on June 30th. Before that was a winner against 5,000 non-winners of 3. Now drops in for 4 at the non-4, non-1 of the year level. Rider change on Last Glimmer. We've got Praven Badri, who will be doing the rider in lieu of Ishmael Mascara. Take note, ladies and gentlemen, we are off the turf now due to the rain. So that does affect races 3 and 6 on the card. Race 3 is one of those races. It's a 10,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. Now going to be run at 5 furlongs over the main track. The late pick 5 starts here. My selections were made for the turf. Obviously haven't had time to adjust them. Notably drawing in is the number 7 for Beach Friends, who likely to be favored after winning the Sprint into Summer Cup on opening day. Tony Adamo and Deshaun Gaskin team up with that one. My original pick, who I do like on the dirt as well, is the number 2 Dodester, who I thought ran a very good race when 4th, beaten just a length on the turf on June 21st. Before that, ran 2nd behind the very speedy Tiernan on June 14th. And that was a sloppy track, which could very well be the conditions by the time the 3rd race comes around. All depends on how much rain falls. So I'm going to stick with Dodester. We've got Jalon Samuel picking up the mount for Jeff Foyce. But obviously, with the surface change, the number 7 for Beach Friends will be a big factor in this race. My other choices are Lumberyard and Arami Speightster. But again, pay attention to scratches and changes as they come in, as they very well may with the surface change. Let's move on to the 4th race. Race 4 is an $8,000 maiden claimer, 3-year-olds and up, going 5.5 furlongs to kick off the late pick 4. We have a scratch of one of the first-time starters, number 8, Bust the Trust. This was a tough race to handicap for me. Not a ton of great form, some droppers who it's tough to get enthused about. Ashley and I both went in the same direction with the number 2 Rapporteur, going for trainer Phil Hall, who's taken out a few stalls here at Fort Erie. He's been based at Woodbine for the last several seasons after originally being a very successful trainer in Vancouver. Rapporteur has made 2 starts at Woodbine this year on the Tapeta and has not taken to it at all. Made his debut on the dirt at Turf Paradise against $25,000 3-year-olds, and a straight 3-year-old race for a claiming tag at Turf Paradise is probably not going to be that strong regardless of the higher tag. But now we're getting back to the dirt. We know he can run on the dirt. Son of Vacoma drops in for $8,000. Praven Badgery going to have the ride. Hopefully Rapporteur can get back to form. Number 1, Waitin' on Griffith, is a first-time starter for owner-trainer Kevin Buttigieg. This is a son of Reload out of a City Zip mare. 4-year-old first-time starter here. Taking a while to get this one to the races. Kevin Buttigieg barn, always a solid barn here. We've got Steve Jadu in the saddle. Workouts are regular enough. This horse should be ready to go. And again, it's just not a stellar field of horses. Interesting one to take a look at here is the number 6 Whiskey Tango Disco, who's come up from Gulfstream for trainer Seymour Bennett. Welcome back to Ontario to Seymour Bennett. Some of the old-timers may remember Seymour. Great guy. Kirk Johnson in the saddle in this one. Whiskey Tango Disco has been racing at Gulfstream with, I'd say, limited success, but that's a little too kind. Hasn't really shown anything on any surface or any distance. Hopefully the change in scenery can get this one going. Had a good breeze in 36-1 here on the Fort Erie Dirt last week. Race 5 is an allowance race for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. No conditions, 6.5 furlongs the distance. Final pick 3 of the day starts here. We've got some nice mares in this race. I've gone to the outside, the number 6 Abitibi, with Praven Badgery picking up the mount for Stephen Cathcart. A lot of Praven Badgery picking up mounts today here at Fort Erie. Abitibi was racing at Oaklawn Park this winter and was able to win a 12-5 claimer with a solid buyer in the 70s. Didn't fire last time out on the Mountaineer turf in an allowance optional 25. Never really been a turf horse anyways, but a horse that can win for 12-5 at Oaklawn. And even last year was competitive at the A other than allowance level and in starter allowances in Kentucky, Ellis, Keeneland, Churchill. This is a horse who should fit here at Fort Erie. I think the 8-1 morning line quote, definitely worth a shot. Number 2, Take My Bourbon Neat, last year's Rondo Bay Stakes winner. Kicked off her season on June 7th in one of these open allowances going 5.5 furlongs. Chased her stablemate Supergirl and just could not bridge the gap. Leveled off in the stretch, finished third by 5.5. Supergirl not in this race, so that may make things a bit easier for Take My Bourbon Neat. Sofia Vives will ride this time. She was aboard for the Rondo Bay win, and if she can get to the lead, she could be tough to run down. And the number 5, Mo Maxi, absolutely romped in her Fort Erie debut in a non-winners of 3 allowance on June 21st. Went to the lead and just widened the margin in the stretch, won by nearly 10 lengths. The waters get deeper here, you know, Speedy Lady and Brenken Girl, not as good as the horses that are showing up, as some of the horses that are showing up here. So we'll see if Mo Maxi can double up in this bit of an acid test, but she was competitive in allowance races, even stakes placed at Laurel Park, although third in a 4-horse field, we'll see if Mo Maxi can do it again. Race 6 is an allowance race, no conditions, now going to be off the turf. 6.5 furlongs is the distance to kick off the late double. Obviously this changes a lot because we have some big main track onlys drawing in with the number 7 Stylish Gent and the number 8 Le Grand Garçon. We do have a scratch of the number 5 Mannix, so take out Mannix. Again, I've got my picks, but they were made for a 2-turn turf race, so I don't know how much stock you want to put in them. I've gone to the number 3 Lasting Silence, who made his first start of the season on June 30th and was closing well on Mad Dog and Joe, who had a pretty easy time on the lead. I think Lasting Silence with that tightener should have a good shot to upset Mad Dog and Joe. He's never run on the dirt before. Mad Dog and Joe ran on the dirt at Tampa once and didn't really run at all. Showed some speed and then spit the bit. So it's tough to say how much to love either of these horses today. I think Stylish Gent drawing in is a huge change to this race. Could get to the front and just keep on going. You could also take a look at the number 1 Ghost Hero coming in from Assiniboia Downs. Been racing well in the high-level allowance categories at Assiniboia this year. Has a win, a second, and a third. Those are good horses in those high allowance optional claimers at Assiniboia. They can fit here at Fort Erie. And Praven Badry picks up that mount for Steve Cathcart. Again, this race has changed a lot in a short time with the distance and surface change. Final race of the day, race 7 is a maiden allowance for the fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs the distance. Jackpot High Five starts fresh today after being hit yesterday. Field of 8 to close out the card. I'm going to the number 3, Ready as a Breeze, going for Roy Augustino, a homebred for Hopefield Farm. Made her debut 2 weeks ago on July 7th. Came out of the gate good, but got squeezed a little bit a few strides in and fell back to last. Took a lot of dirt to her face for a first-time starter, but braved through it and finished up well. Finished 4th, but only got beat 3 1/4. Galloped out well. I thought it was a very positive race for a first-time starter. She gets a little bit more ground and will hopefully come out of the gate a little sharper this time. We've got Alexis Sanchez in the saddle. Number 7, Blues Mommy, has been racing great since coming back to Fort Erie. Close third in the Summer Solstice Cup. Second to a pace setter on June 21st, and then a good third on the turf on July 7th. Gets back to the dirt, handles any distance. Her Fort Erie form fits well, and she has raced well on a muddy track if the rain continues. So I think Blues Mommy, arguably the one to beat here. Then the number 6, Seeking Title Ready, raced in the Summer Solstice Cup. Battled on the lead and then folded to be 5th by 2 lengths. It really wasn't a bad run. Probably going to try and take them all the way on the lead. We'll see if she can get comfortable. Luis Reyes picks up this mount for Mickey Neubauer. There you have it. 10 minutes to post for today's first race. Again, we are now off the turf today here at Fort Erie, so adjust your tickets to the surface change. Pay attention for any incoming scratches, and best of luck and stay dry here at Fort Erie today.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPI Bet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a scratch in the third race. In race 3, Stewart scratched the number 6, Arami Speightster. Take out Arami Speightster from today's third race. Field is making their way on track for today's first race. Race 1 is a claimer for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up which have not won a race in 2026 or which have never won 4 races. We're going for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750. Traveling a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $20,250. Race 1 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering.
Race 1 post parade, number 1 is Rifling. Chad Lee riding for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Also from the Julie Mathis barn is the number 2, She's Hot to Trot. Deshaun Bino rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 3 is Pop Chart. Alexis Sanchez has the call for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Pan Am Racing. Number 4 is Legs Like Flatter, racing for Mike Newell and Diane Nellist. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Sharon Chicotto. Completing the field, number 5, Silent Passion, Helen Vanek riding for trainer Nick Malini Jr. and owner Pasquale Saiva. Early pick 5 wager kicks off here in race 1. 2 minutes to post, now 1 minute to post. And a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, we are off the turf today at Fort Erie, so take that into consideration when making your pick 5 wagers. Starting gate is taken position. Last call to get your race 1 wagers in. Fillies and mares are behind the gate. It is now post time. Today's first race, Rifling, has already gone up under Chad Lee. Current favorite at 8-5 is the number 3 Pop Chart on this overcast Tuesday evening here at Fort Erie Racetrack. She's Hot to Trot, Deshaun Bino have gone in. Pop Chart with Alexis Sanchez. Legs Like Flatter with Juan Crawford. Crawford and Sharon Giacotto teamed up for 2 wins yesterday. Last in will be Silent Passion and Helen Vanek. All set. They're off. They broke in a good line, rifling a half step slow. Legs Like Flatter showing speed from the center of the gate with Pop Chart nearer the rail, and out widest is Silent Passion. She's Hot to Trot broke well, but it's going to take back to a midfield position, racing 2 lengths better than the stablemate Rifling. They complete the opening furlong and a half. It's Legs Like Flatter and Juan Crawford, a neck to Pop Chart and Alexis Sanchez, with Silent Passion and Helen Vanek moving well in the 3 path as they complete an opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. They race within the 3. She's Hot to Trot comes off the inside in 4th, now moving into 3rd, and it's well back to Rifling. Just over 2 furlongs to the wire. It's still Legs Like Flatter. She's dealt with the challenge of Pop Chart, but now she has the pressure from Silent Passion to her outside. She's Hot to Trot, going to try and rally widest. At the furlong pole, it is Silent Passion and Legs Like Flatter head and head, less than a furlong to go. She's Hot to Trot with good momentum down the far outside. Legs Like Flatter finding more on the rail. Silent Passion and She's Hot to Trot trying, but Legs Like Flatter comes out on top. Legs Like Flatter a length to Silent Passion, She's Hot to Trot, Pop Chart, and Rifling. 5.5 and 105. Unofficial in race 1, the winner is number 4, Legs Like Flatter. Second, number 5, Silent Passion. Third, number 2, She's Hot to Trot. And fourth, number 3, Pop Chart. Unofficial race 1 order, 4, 5, 2, 3. Now returning to the winner's circle, the official winner of today's first race, number 4, Legs Like Flatter. Legs Like Flatter is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown mare by Amy's Flatter out of Legs Like Betty, bred here in Ontario by Tall Oaks Farm. Ridden a victory today by Juan Crawford. Legs Like Flatter is trained by Sharon Giacotto for Mike Newell and Diane Nellist. Second win of the season here for Legs Like Flatter, her 6th lifetime win in 20 career starts. She fends off all challenges and completes the 5.5 furlongs in a winning time of 105 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Legs Like Flatter. Race 1 is official. Prices are up. Legs Like Flatter returns $5.20 to win, $3 and $2.20. Second, number 5, Silent Passion, $5.30 to place, $3.50. Third, number 2, She's Hot to Trot, $3.80 to show. $2 Exacta, 4-5, $20.50. The $1 Try, 4-5-2, $56.25. $1 Super, 4-5-2-3, $162.80. We had a claim out of race 1, the number 1 Rifling, claimed by Ascot Stud, Sean Brinda, and Norm Files, moves to the barn of trainer Mike Blake. We'd like to say thank you to our partners at True Green Professional Lawn Care who have been helping us keep the grass looking green and lush. We're also proud to partner with Oneida New Holland of Niagara. We'd like to thank them for providing us with a tractor for our racetrack maintenance. Race 2 coming up next. We've got a rider change on the number 3 Last Glimmer. Make the rider Praven Badgery. Vet scratch the number 6 My Cash Factor. Also, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll turn your programs forward to today's 6th race, we have a late scratch of the number 6 Mad Dog and Joe. Take out number 6 Mad Dog and Joe from race 6. 18 minutes to post for race 2.
Race 2 up next is a $4,000 claiming event for fillies and mares that have not won a race in 2026 or 4 races in their career. They'll compete here at the 6 furlong distance, and a couple of horses got saddled here on the outside area, including the number 5 Super Cop, my top pick. And for her, she's on her toes, but she has been well behaved so far. She can get a little full of herself, but like the way that she looks, she's always been a really good looking mare. And I think with her, she needed that start off the layoff. I know last time out when we saw her, it was on the grass, but I thought she was a really game second to real thirsty. I thought she was going to be able to get the job done. She came up a little bit short. So now just looking at her cycle, you would think third start, this would be perfect for her. She's 3 for 6 in the money here on the main track. And with it being a compact field, there is some speed, don't get me wrong, or horses that want to be forward. I think she could trip out in here, and with the way that Juan Crawford's been riding, you have to watch him. 3 wins yesterday, and he already took the opener here on the Tuesday program. But others to maybe look at, the number 2, Nicole Song. They made a bold move with her last time out to just send her in that event. And for her, I thought she went pretty quick on the front end, 22-3, 45-4, and then 58-2 for a final time of 111-3. And, you know, she just got beaten there by Riflane, who didn't fire her best effort here in the opener today. But Nicole Song, you know, she's a little untrustworthy for me on the top spot when you look at her just being 2 for 28 here on the main track, but a lot of minor placings on her resume. And I do wonder what the strategy will be today. Another one just making her 3rd start of the season. She took that big step forward in her 2nd start as well. And I just thought in comparison to others, she might offer a little bit more value. And then finally in here, the number 3, Last Glimmer, goes out for Steve Cathcart, who's having a really good meet here, striking at about 17%. She's kind of the opposite of these two. She obviously came in here, was ready to roll towards the beginning of the meet when she picked up her 3rd career victory. But last time out, she just didn't really have it. She was 3rd, well beaten. Hot Omelet and Night Saber kind of were the top 2 in there. It became a strung out field. And I don't know if it came down to trip, if it was 6.5 and how the track played that day, as Hot Omelet got the perfect trip and setup. But, you know, the waters have obviously gotten deeper for her, kind of coming up to this level as well. So we'll see. I want to use her for a piece in here, but wanted to use Super Cop as the top pick. Good luck.
field is making their way on track for today's second race. Race 2 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2026 or which have never won 4 races. $4,000 the claiming price, 6 furlongs the distance, $18,750 the purse. Race 2 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering. Race 2 post parade. Number 1 is Me Tormenta. Chad Lee rides for trainer Lindsay Hode and owner Twin Eagle Stable. Number 2 is Nicole's Song. Deshaun Gaskin in the saddle for trainer Joe Humber and owner Tessa Passero. Steve Cathcart owns and trains the number 3 Last Glimmer. Praven Badgery picks up the mount. Number 4 is Seguiria. Leo Salas riding for trainer Sharon Chicado, who owns with Lori Parsons and Jeff Mansell. Completing the field, number 5, Super Cop. Juan Crawford rides for owner-trainer Aaron Rickman. Scratch the 6, 2 minutes to post for race 2. Early pick 4 wagering kicks off here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, take note that the condition of the main track has been sealed. It is still fast, but we are racing over a sealed racetrack. Starting gate is moving into position. Last call to get your race 2 wagers in. The early pick 4 starts here. 6-5 favorite, the number 5 Super Cop. Get those pick 4 wagers in. They'll be heading to post shortly. Fillies and Mares are behind the gate. It is now post time for race 2. First to come up will be Me Tormenta with Chad Lee. Nicole Song and Deshaun Gaskin. Last Glimmer with Praven Badri. Seguiria with Leo Salas. Last in will be Super Cop, the 6-5 favorite under Juan Crawford. All set. They're off. Nicole Song hustled out of the gate, but Super Cop showing the most speed from the far outside. Last Glimmer and Seguiria race side by side behind the dueling leaders, and the early trailer is Me Tormenta. The battle ensues on the lead. It is Super Cop and Juan Crawford ahead to Nicole Song and Deshaun Gaskin. These two have sprinted 4 lengths clear of Last Glimmer and Praven Badri, racing on the inside of Seguiria with Leo Salas. Then 2 more to Me Tormenta with Chad Lee. 22-4 for the opening quarter. They race into the turn with just over 3 furlongs to the wire, and it is Super Cop and Juan Crawford moving comfortably and opening up a length on Nicole Song. Seguiria coming into third on the outside of Last Glimmer, and Me Tormenta still at the back. 2 furlongs to travel. It's Super Cop on top by 2. The half was 46-2. Nicole Song comes off the inside. It's well back to Last Glimmer and Seguiria with Me Tormenta in the green blinkers down the far outside. Super Cop moving well on the front end. The lead is 4. Nicole Song trying down the outside but spinning her tires. Me Tormenta rallying late, but this is an easy front end win. Juan Crawford takes the early double. Super Cop wins by 5.5. Tight for second. I think Nicole Song held off Me Tormenta, then Last Glimmer and Seguiria. 112 flat. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is number 5, Super Cop. It's a photo for place. Hold all tickets. In the place photo, it's the number 2, Nicole Song, over the number 1, Me Tormenta. Fourth was number 3, Last Glimmer. Unofficial race 2 order is 5-2-1-3. Now returning to a rainy winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's second race, number 5, Super Cop. Super Cop is a 7-year-old dark bay or brown mare by Super Speedy out of Officer Mary, bred here in Ontario by Shamrock Racing Stable. Juan Crawford with back-to-back wins to kick off the day. Super Cop is owned and trained by Erin Rickman, and congratulations to Erin Rickman on her first win as a trainer. Super Cop's 5th lifetime win here, the first win of the season for the 7-year-old mare. A front-end score completing the 6 furlongs in a time of 1:12 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Super Cop. Hold all tickets until race 2 is made official. And race 2 is now official. Prices are up. Super Cop returns $420 to win, $270 and $220. Second, number 2, Nicole's Song, $310 to place, $250. Third, number 1, Me Tormenta, $4 to show. $2 exacta, $5.2, $10.20. The $1 try, $5.21, $18.20. $1 super, $5.213, $41.70. And the $2 double, $4.5, $9.60. And a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, due to the poor weather, the Almost Cool concert has been rescheduled. It will now be taking place a week today, July 28th, and as always, admission will be free. On screen now is the place photo from race 2. I'd like to give a shout out to our partners at All-in-One Legal Concierge. If you have legal hurdles, you can bet on All-in-One. And a shout out to our new partners at Niagara Rhinoplasty, where you can find Dr. Jeff Robichaux, 23 Hanover Drive in St. Catharines. Contact info is on screen now. Race 3 up next. We're off the turf for today's third race, now going to be run at 5 furlongs over the main track. Overweight on the number 1, Let's Go Liam, 1 pound over at 121. Rider change on the number 2, Dodester, make the rider Jalon Samuel. Rider change on number 4, Heavy Like a Chevy, make the rider Kirk Johnson. Stewart scratched the number 6, Arami Speightster, and the main track only for Beach Friends will draw in. 16 minutes to post. And we had a claim out of race 2. The winner, Super Cop, claimed by Bruno Schickadans and moves to the barn of trainer Julie Mathis.
Race 3 is going to kick off the pick 5. It is a 5-furlong dirt race now, with this being washed off the turf course. $10,000 is the claiming price, and this is for non-winners of 2 Life. Obviously, some changes in here with the 6 being out, but the 7 is going to draw in 4 Beach Friends, and I think this is the logical starting point based on what we saw last time out. Where on opening day, this one was able to take the sprint into Summer Cup, did it in front-end fashion, was used from the gate, and ended up being much the best in the end. Does have to face winners for the first time, but I do think this is a good spot. Sometimes you jump up to the allowance level. I just think this is aggressive. You're trying to find a race on dirt, sprinting, and this is what they came up with. So expect a lot from this one drawing into this field. Others to maybe look at: the number 2 Dodester here for Jeff Voice was a game second, 2 starts back over a sloppy track. Didn't seem to mind some moisture in the track. Just second best behind Tiernan, who Tiernan had a really big buyer speed figure, was able to brake sharply and just command throughout. So you feel a little bit bad for Dodester because he chased in vain. He just came up a little bit short, but a nice effort. And then last time out, maybe the effort doesn't look good to you. I thought it was fair to be beaten by a length on the turf course. I thought he tried. Lumberyard finished in front of him, who we'll have to face again today. But all in all, I think, this is a horse that likes to sprint. It might be actually a little bit better returning to the dirt today. And another one in here to look at, the number 1, Let's Go Liam, who I think I actually elevated a little bit in here, was a horse who was against allowance competition last time out, routing on the turf course. Is going to get back to the dirt, where I thought some of the races down at Mahoning Valley were sneaky good. Some of those were an off track where he's had some work to do. Sometimes he's been a little bit forward. Sometimes he's, rolled from off of it, but a horse that you might want to factor in here. So one that was able to sneak in here with the surface change, and I do like the inside draw for that one, but not going to get creative here in terms of the top spot. Go to the MTO, 4 Beach Friends from the outside post.
Field is making their way on track for today's third race. Race 3 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. Going for a claiming price of $10,000 down to $9,000. Off the turf, this race will now be contested at 5 furlongs over the main track. The purse is $28,050. Race 3 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering. Race 3 post parade. Number 1 is Let's Go Liam. Leo Salas rides for trainer Nick Malini Jr. and owner Bruno Schickadans. Jeff Boyce owns and trains the number 2 Dodester. Jalon Samuel picks up the mount. Number 3 is Mach 2 Blue, racing for owner trainer Phil Hall. The rider is Zero Ford. Number 4 is Heavy Like a Chevy. Kirk Johnson picks up the mount for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Number 5 is Lumberyard. Helen Vanek in the saddle for trainer Nick Malini Jr. and owners Winston and Carol Wilkinson. Scratch the 6, number 7, 4 Beach Friends. Deshaun Gaskin rides for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. Late pick 5 wagering kicks off here. In the third, we're off the turf, 5 furlongs over the main track. Get those wagers in. Ladies and gentlemen, horses for race 3 are returning to the paddock. We're under a slight weather delay, just trying to wait out this little bit of lightning that's passing through the area. So in the interest of safety, the horses are returning to the paddock. Slight weather delay before the start of today's third race. Ladies and gentlemen, take note, due to the ongoing rain, the main track has been downgraded to sloppy. We are now racing over a sloppy track here at Fort Erie. Once again, still under a weather delay as we wait for some lightning to pass through the area. Main track, downgraded to sloppy. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're on site with us, there was a phone found at Mutuals in Club 2. So if you lost a phone on the clubhouse side, it's been turned in to the Mutuals. So your phone has been found. Also, ladies and gentlemen, take note, we're going to be having the non-winning ticket draw in 10 minutes. So if you have any non-winning tickets that you want to drop in the basket, please head to customer service. We'll be doing the draw in 10 minutes. And riders are back up. We are heading out again as the weather begins to clear somewhat. Still some time to get your race 3 wagers in. The horses are coming back on track. And the starting gate is in position. Last call to get your race 3 wagers in. Horses are approaching the starting gate. Race 3 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Slight favorite at 8-5 is the number 7 Four Beach Friends, the Sprint into Summer Cup winner. Close second choice at 9-5 is the number 2 Dodester. This race kicks off the late pick 5 today. Still some rain falling, but the lightning has passed here in Fort Erie. We're now going over a sloppy track. Let's Go Liam, the first to go in under Leo Salas, Dodester, and Jalon Samuel up next. Mach 2 Blue, making his Fort Erie debut under Zerrell Ford. Heavy Like a Chevy and Kirk Johnson. Lumberyard and Helen Vanek. And 4 Beach Friends will complete the line under Deshaun Gaskin. All set. They're off. Stumbling at the start, Dodester, heavy like a Chevy, came out like a rocket, already 2 lengths clear with 4 Breach Friends. Second on the outside, Lumberyard is third. They're well strung out early. Mach 2 Blue down along the inside, racing 3 lengths better than Let's Go Liam. And after the slow beginning, Dodester will have to pass them all. They race into the turn just over 3 furlongs to travel. It's heavy like a Chevy and Kirk Johnson on top, a length and a half to 4 Beach Friends, traveling well in second. Opening quarter was 22 and 3. Lumberyard and Helen Vanek third. Here comes Dodester with Jalon Samuel rallying well into fourth past Mach 2 Blue, and Let's Go Liam can see them all. They reach the top of the stretch. Heavy like a Chevy now confronted by 4 Beach Friends. Lumberyard and Dodester down the far outside with Mach 2 Blue on the rail. At the furlong pole, it's heavy like a Chevy. He's trying to shake off the challenge of 4 Beach Friends. Dodester rallying down the far outside. Mach 2 Blue on the rail, coming down to the wire. Heavy like a Chevy takes them gate to wire. Heavy like a Chevy wins a length and a half to 4 Beach Friends. Dodester flying home from the back was Let's Go Liam in a photo with Mach 2 Blue. 5 furlongs and 59 flat. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 4, Heavy Like a Chevy. Second, number 7, 4 Beach Friends. Third, number 2, Dodester. And fourth, number 1, Let's Go Liam. Unofficial race 3 order, 4-7-2-1. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's third race, number 4, Heavy Like a Chevy. Heavy Like a Chevy is a 4-year-old Greyer Roan gelding by Signature Red out of Bears Pearl, bred here in Ontario by Colebrook Farms. Kirk Johnson picks up the mount and takes them gate to wire. Heavy Like a Chevy is trained by Julie Mathis for David Mathis. Second win of the season and second lifetime win for Heavy Like a Chevy, who completes the 5 furlongs over the sloppy track in a time of 59 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Heavy Like a Chevy. Hold all tickets until race 3 is made official. Race 3 is now official. Prices are up. Heavy Like a Chevy scores a 10-1 upset, 23-20 to win, 980 to place, 460 to show. Second, number 7, 4 Beach Friends, 380 to place, 210. Third, number 2 Dodester, 220 to show. $2 exacta, 4-7, $126 even. The $1 try, 472, $186.20. $1 super, 4721, 568.25. $2 double, 54, $102.60. And the $1 pick 3, 90.55. On screen now is the place photo from race 3. We had a claim in race 3. The number 7, 4 Beach Friends, claimed by Bruno Schickedans, moves to the barn of trainer Julie Mathis. This year, the Trackside Tiki Bar is sponsored by The Place Bar and Grill, the place to go after the races at 981 Garrison Road. Race 4 changes. A rider change on the number 6 Jagger Dude, make the rider Chad Lee. Overweight on the number 7 Solo Surging, 1 pound over at 121. And vet scratch to the number 8 Bust the Trust. 17 minutes to post for race 4. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late rider change in the 5th race. In race 5, number 1, Zippy Gamble will now be ridden by Deshaun Bino. Take Jelon Samuel off, put Deshaun Bino on number 1, Zippy Gamble in race 5.
Race 4 up next, going to kick off the late pick 4. It's an interesting $8,000 maiden claiming event. They're set to go 5.5 furlongs here on the main track. We did have a rider change announced earlier that the 3 Jagger Dude will be ridden by Chad Lee. I believe we're going to wait a rider change here for the 4 Hard Performer. And then we do also have a scratch in here of the 8 Bust the Trust. So field of 7 will go postward. It's going to be interesting. You have a couple of first-time starters, horses maybe cutting back in distance, racing for new connections, or trying a new surface and all. And I just thought maybe we'll go with a horse that's tried the dirt. It's been a little bit, but it's going to be the first time here at Fort Erie, and that's the 2 Rapporteur here for Phil Hall. Blinkers come off today. I don't mind that move because they put him on last time out, and this horse just did not want to be involved. This horse was the back of the pack throughout and made little impact. And I think this is obviously significant class relief, but go to the debut. One in the barn is Sean Davis out at Turf Paradise. This horse went 6.5, got plenty of pace to close into in that $20,000 claiming event, and came up a little bit short in there, beaten by 3/4 of a length. I think if he can run a performance like that and just maybe be closer to it, obviously with there being so much moisture in the track, it could be the winning move. So going to use this one on top, the number 4 Hard Performer. I was against last time out in the top spot. I took Z-Hub instead. That was the winner. We saw that one come back here yesterday. Hard Performer was a tough read for me because I thought the price would be short last time out, which it was, but I was also a little concerned about the distance and the fact that this horse had a good effort 2 back while at Parks in the fall, but was going longer, right? Mile and 70 yards in a field of 4. So felt like that one might need a race. I think watching the way that he performed, he showed early foot, made the lead, opened up a sizable lead, and got nailed at the wire. So now, with a race under his belt, I do not mind him cutting back at all. I think 6.5 to 5.5 really could work for him, especially if some of these firsters don't show speed. There's not a ton of pace on paper, and he might be able to take advantage of that and get the job done here in his 7th career start. So he makes sense. And then looking at some of the first-time starters, I thought the 3 Jagger Dude here was the interesting one here. Jagger Dude is a horse that you kind of look at his progression. He seems to me, at least, have really stepped it up in those last 2 drills. We saw one of them on June 30th when he went 48-1 breezing from the gate, and then 47-4 breezing from the gate here on July 11th. So I think that's pretty speedy in my mind. I have a feeling they might try to send him in here as long as he breaks sharply and take advantage of it here going 5.5. So I also like that he's well spotted. He's not debuting at a maiden special weight. They're not going to get creative. Maybe the race didn't go, but they opt for this spot. And Chad Lee have been riding really well from a limited number of opportunities. You can see that 70% in the money, and you can see the 2 wins on his resume here at Fort Erie. So we'll see what they can do teaming up together, but typically horses with race day experience are the ones that I gravitate towards. So I'll go to the 2 Rapporteur, who does have those race and does have a race on the dirt on the debut. Good luck.
And riders have been leg backed up. We are coming back out for today's fourth race. Field for race 4 is making their way back on track. It's a maiden claimer for 3-year-olds and up, going for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000. Traveling a distance of 5.5 furlongs, competing for a purse of $25,200. Race 4 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. Race 4 post parade. Number 1 is Waitin' on Griffith. Steve Jadu riding for owner-trainer Kevin Buttigieg. Number 2 is Rapporteur. Praven Badgery rides for trainer Phil Hall, who owns with Dan Gleason, Blair Law, and Brian Albertson. We'll come back to the 3. Number 4 is Hard Performer. Jalon Samuel rides for trainer Marvin Richards, who is also the owner. Number 5 is Silent Mort. Helen Vanek riding for trainer Nick Malini Jr. and owners Winston and Carol Wilkinson. Number 5 is Whiskey Tango Disco. Kirk Johnson pilots for trainer Tony Bennett and owner Jam Down Stable. Number 7 is Solo Surging. Leo Salas riding for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Even Stevens Stables. Scratch the 8. On screen now, number 3, Jagger Dude. Chad Lee rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Chickadans. Starting gate is already in position. They'll be heading to post shortly. Get your wagers in. This race kicks off the late pick 4. Field for race 4 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 3-5 favorite is the number 4 Hard Performer, making his second start here at Fort Erie, the son of Hard Spun. Late pick 4 wager starts here. The first to go in will be Waitin' on Griffith with Steve Jadu. One of 3 first-time starters in this field. Rapporteur with Praven Badgery. Goes in. Another first-time starter, Jagger Dude with Chad Lee. Hard Performer with Jalon Samuel. Silent Mort with Helen Vanek. The South Carolina bred Whiskey Tango Disco with Kirk Johnson. Come to gate 6, and the last in will be first-time starter Solo Surging with Leo Salas. Solo Surging needing a bit of help to get in starting gate. Goes up. All set. They're off. Slow to begin was one of the first timers, Waiting on Griffith. Speed towards the inside for Jagger Dude and Hard Performer. Silent Morton Whiskey Tango Disco races a pair early. Wide on the course, Solo Surging falling back. Waiting on Griffith has recovered. He's in 5th now, and the trailer is Reporter. They race within the half. It's Jagger Dude and Chad Lee, a length to Hard Performer and Jalon Samuel, a gap of 4 to Silent Mort with Helen Vanek as they complete the opening quarter in 22-2. Whiskey Tango Disco, Kirk Johnson has found his way to the rail, 3 lengths better than the pair of Reporter and Waiting on Griffith. Solo Surging yet to tack on. Well strung out midway round the turn, they reach the quarter pole. It's Jagger Dude and Hard Performer who comes under some urging. These two are still 5 lengths clear of Silent Mort. Whiskey Tango Disco drifting off the rail, giving room to Reporter who's moving well. Then Waiting on Griffith and well back to Solo Surging, 45-4 to the half. And now Jagger Dude has made easy work of a tired Hard Performer. Late rally from Silent Mort, but this is an easy front end score. Chad Lee and Jagger Dude. Geared down to win by 5. Hard Performer held second from Silent Mort, then Reporter, 5.5 and 105-1. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 3, Jagger Dude, second number 4, Hard Performer, third number 5, Silent Mort, and fourth number 2, Reporter. Unofficial race 4 order, 3-4-5-2. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 4th race, number 3, a Jagger Dude. Jagger Dude is a 4-year-old bay gelding by Jagger out of Diamond Dude, a homebred in Florida for owner Bruno Schickadans. Chad Lee pilots the first-time starter to victory, prepared by Julie Mathis, her second win on the day. Jagger Dude takes them all the way, drawing off to win 5.5 furlongs in a time of 105 and 1. Congratulations to the connections of Jagger Dude. Hold all tickets until race 4 is made official. And race 4 is now official. Prices are up. Jagger Dude, $9.70 to win, $4.30 and $3.10. Second, number 4, Hard Performer, $2.50 to place, $2.10. Third, number 5, Silent Mort, $2.50 to show. $2 Exacta, 3-4, $21.70. The $1 Try, 3-4-5, $33.30. $1 Super, 3-4-5-2, $95.40. $2 Double, 4-3, $177.40. And the $1 Pick 3 returns $237.70. This year's Fort Foodie Fest has been sponsored by TELUS Pure Fiber Internet. TELUS Pure Fiber Internet is expanding in more areas of St. Catharines. And we'd like to say thank you to one of our sponsors, FINA Insurance Solutions. FINA will see you through to the finish line. Race 5 changes. Rider change on the number 1, Zippy Gamble, make the rider Deshaun Bino. Rider change on the number 4, Spirit Bear, make the rider Zerrell Ford. And rider change on the number 6, Abitibi, make the rider Praven Badri. 16 minutes to post for race 5.
Race 5 up next. It's an allowance event here. 4 fillies and mares, 6.5 furlongs is the distance. We have a nice field of 6 going postward. And I think this race, to me, was one of the most intriguing on paper, just to see how it plays out, because we obviously have some interesting horses in here. Take My Bourbon Neat. While she didn't win her return to the races, we did see her win a stakes race last year, the Rondo Bay, with Sophia Vivas aboard, and it was a huge performance. You have a horse such as the 4 Spirit Bear, who's going to race fresh off the claim today for John Sims, an angle that has been very fruitful over the years for the barn. And then the 5 Mo Maxi was a dominating winner last time out, nearly by 10 lengths in her 40-year debut. And other horses coming here for the first time. That includes the 6 towards the outside. And Zippy Gamble's been here once before, but this will be the second start here on the main track. And then the only other horse I didn't talk about is Get Out the Vote, who was ready to roll early in the meet. So it's just kind of an interesting one from this field of 6. Now, I already mentioned the name here, Take My Bourbon Neat. This is the filly that I landed on. I know when you look at last time out, maybe you go, oh, she failed as the favorite, but it's just the way that the race played out. On paper, I did prefer Supergirl a little bit in that spot. And she's been a machine. I believe she's 3 for 3 this year. She won her final race last year in 2025, so that win streak's intact. Very quick, has some good numbers. She's a handy type, so I really respect her stablemate, and I just think this is a filly that probably needed the race. She chased in vain throughout and came up short, but I do think second off the layoff, she is the one to beat. So make her the top pick in here. The 4 Spirit Bear, I already talked about John Sims off the claim. Crazy numbers when you look at the last 5 years. I mean, 26%, I believe, on the win end and nearly 60% in the money. They spent a big amount of money on her when you think about it. $15,000 coming here now, going to try the dirt for the first time, but she's by super speedy. We talk about this all the time. I don't think the dirt's an issue. On the bottom side of the pedigree, you have a Peaks and Valleys mare. That screams dirt to me as well. So she's going to be a very interesting horse in here. We'll see how the wet track plays to her, especially knowing that I'm not saying she's slow, because she's actually been somewhat close to some fast fractions up at Woodbine, but I do think the others in here are quicker than her, and she's going to have to close, and we've just seen it here over this track today. It is really playing to speed. You need to be in those forward positions, so we'll see if they're able to work out a trip here with Spirit Bear, but a mare that I'm really going to keep my eyes on going forward the rest of 2026. And then finally, the number 5, Mo Maxi here. She just was dazzling. Visually did everything you wanted to see last time out when she was able to pick up her 3rd career victory. And she's really done nothing wrong. I mean, she's already stakes placed in her career, sprinting on the dirt at Laurel Park in the wide country, where she was 3rd best in there behind a pretty nice horse by the name of Peach Tie. And then she disappointed after that, but again, she had some time off. You wonder if she needed the race after that, and now in her lone start here, a 74 Beyer speed figure. She just seems like she could really be an interesting horse. She's a 3-year-old filly, though, so she's going to tackle the more seasoned, older fillies and mares in here, but another one that I think you have to give a long look to is she's done very little wrong, and her number last time out makes her competitive with the best of them, that's for sure. I mean, Take My Bourbon Neat, 78 was her best in the Rondo Bay if you want to use that as a point. But for me, I do stick to Take My Bourbon Neat on the top spot. Intrigued by the 4 Spirit Bear underneath, and then finally the 5 Mo Maxi. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 5th race. Race 5 is an allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, traveling a distance of 6 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $28,800. Race 5 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we have the winners of today's non-winning ticket prize draw to announce. Sorry for the delay announcing the winners, but today's winners are Earl Carpenter Sr. and Sue F. Once again, that is Earl Carpenter Sr. and Sue F. Congratulations, you are today's non-winning ticket prize draw winners. Please head to customer service to collect your prizes. Race 5 post parade. Number 1 is Zippy Gamble. Deshaun Bino picks up the mount for owner-trainer Dale Powell. Number 2 is Take My Bourbon Neat. Sofia Vives in the saddle for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. Number 3 is Get Out the Vote. Deshaun Gaskin pilots for trainer John Sims, who owns with Denise Carpenter. Number 4 is Spirit Bear. Zerrell Ford riding for trainer John Sims and owner Deborah Fletcher. Number 5 is Momaxi. The rider is Juan Crawford. Steve Cathcart trains for Pan Am Racing and Alex Eigelman. Completing the field, number 6, Abitibi. Praven Badri picks up the mount for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Pan Am Racing. Final rolling pick 3 of the day kicks off here. Race 5 field is heading into the chute, approaching the starting gate. Last call to get your Race 5 wagers in. And race 5 field, heading behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Slight favorite is the number 5, Mo Maxi, but 3-2 on the number 2, Take My Bourbon Neat, a very close second choice. In this co-featured allowance race on the card, first in will be Zippy Gamble with Deshaun Bino. Take My Bourbon Neat, the Rondo Bay Stakes winner with Sofia Vives. Get Out the Vote with Deshaun Gaskin. Spirit Bear making her Fort Erie debut under Zerrell Ford. Mo Moxie, who absolutely crushed in her Fort Erie debut a few weeks ago. Juan Crawford aboard. Currently the 6-5 favorite. And she will be followed in by stablemate Abitibi with Praven Badgery. All set. They're off. Spirit Bear a bit slow to start. Speed from the inside for a hard-ridden Zippy Gamble with Take My Bourbon Neat and Get Out the Vote also vying for position. Mo Moxie going to fall behind them in a good spot third on the far outside. It's a gap of 5 to Spirit Bear and Abitibi. Take My Bourbon Neat outsprints the competition for the early lead. She's up by a half under Sofia Vives with Get Out the Vote and Deshaun Gaskin to her outside. Mo Maxie traveling widest in third under Juan Crawford as they complete the opening quarter in 22-4. Zippy Gamble broke alertly, but she's fallen back. She's already 5 lengths behind the leader. Spirit Bear to her outside, 3 lengths behind, and Abitibi not traveling well towards the back. They race within the 3, and it's Take My Bourbon Neat, who's now up by 2.5. Mo Moxie launching her bid in second as Get Out the Vote calls it quits. Zippy Gamble on the rail, Spirit Bear, and well back to Abitibi. The half was 46 flat. Here comes Mo Moxie trying to challenge Take My Bourbon Neat as they corner. It's Mo Moxie on the outside of Take My Bourbon Neat. Zippy Gamble trying to re-rally with Spirit Bear down the far outside. Mo Moxie sprinting clear in the final furlong. She's up by 5. Spirit Bear coming into second, but the wire is coming. It's Mo Moxie who's going to double up. Mo Moxie makes it 2 wins in a row. Juan Crawford with 3 on the day. Spirit Bear second, then Zippy Gamble, Abitibi, Take My Bourbon Neat, and Get Out the Vote. 118-4. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is number 5, Mo Moxie. Second, number 4, Spirit Bear. Third, number 1, Zippy Gamble. And fourth, number 6, Abitibi. Unofficial race 5 order, 5-4-1-6. Now returning to the Walking Ring Winner's Circle, the unofficial winner of today's 5th race, number 5, Mo Maxie. Mo Maxie is a 3-year-old bay filly by Maximus Mischief out of Miss Costello, bred in Kentucky by Great House Equine LLC, David Greathouse, Kerry Coughlin, and Tony Lacey. Back-to-back 3-win days for jockey Juan Crawford. Mo Maxey is trained by Steve Cathcart for Pan Am Racing and Alex Eigelman. Mo Maxey now 2 for 2 at Fort Erie, her 3rd win of the season and her 4th lifetime win in just 7 starts. She absolutely loves it here at the Border Oval. She completes the 6.5 furlongs in the slop in a winning time of 1:18.4. Congratulations to the connections of Mo Maxey. Race 5 is official. And prices are up. Mo Maxey returns $5 to win, $2.40 and $2.10. Second, number 4, Spirit Bear, $2.80 to place, $2.40. Third, number 1, Zippy Gamble, $6.90 to show. $2 exacta, 5-4, $11 even, $1 try, 5-4-1, $58.95. $1 super, 5-4-1-6, $196.85. $2 double, 3-5, $21.60. $1 pick 3, $201.45. The $1 early pick 4 returned $580 even. And the $1 early pick 5 returned $2,404.70. More dog racing action coming back to Fort Erie on August 3rd when the Basset Hound and Corgi races are taking place. And adding to the intrigue of Dog Racing Day on our August 3rd day, the champion of the Wiener Dog races, Frank, will be taking on the champions of the Basset Hound and Corgi races in the Battle of the Breeds. Race 6 is up next. We are off the turf. It will now be run at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. Rider change on the number 1, Ghost Hero. Make the rider Praven Badri. Stewart scratch the numbers 5, Mannix, and number 6, Mad Dog and Joe. Take out numbers 5 and 6. The main track onlys will draw in. We have a rider change on the number 8, Le Grand Garçon. Make the rider Luis Reyes. 18 minutes to post for race 6.
Race 6 going to kick off the late double. It's an allowance event here for Colton Geldings, originally carded for about 7 furlongs on the turf course. So don't forget, it does move to the main track at 6.5, a one-turn distance. And I think this race is just as intriguing as before. We had those MTOs on the outside, Stylish Gent and Le Grand Garçon. They're obviously going to draw in. We did have a scratch here of the 6, and you still have the other 4 in here. So you get a field of 6. Not too much changes there. I think there's some horses in here, too, that they are proven on the dirt. So it's usually a situation where you focus your attention on just the MTOs. I didn't find that to be the case, but we will kick things off with the number 7, Stylish Gent. Icon Racing, Tony Adamo teaming up here. He was certainly ready to roll in his return to the races, and it's kind of shocking. We saw Always a Win here yesterday. He ended up going off favored in that race over Stylish Gent, which I found shocking. I actually liked the other horse to try to maybe score an upset, but Stylish Gent's a horse that if he gets loose on the lead, it's pretty much over, and that's exactly what that race could have turned out to be on paper, and it did. So got a nice price on him last time out. That's not going to happen today. Obviously, he's protected in this spot as well, but this is perfect for him, I think, in terms of the distance. 6.5. We know what he can do here at this distance. I think if he's just about where he was last time out, maybe a little bit better, he should be the horse to beat. And he is proven on a wet track as well. We saw him take a starter optional claiming event last year going 6.5 where he commanded. So the main thing is if someone tries to press him early, maybe he'll be in trouble in here. And I found the one Ghost Hero to be intriguing. When the race was on the turf, not so much. But on the main track, Ghost Hero has some good performances. We saw him out at Assiniboia Downs earlier this year where he won a really nice allowance optional claiming event back on May 19th. The runner-up Bergheim came back to win 2 races in a row and actually had a second in his most recent outing, a horse I respect. And then you can see this horse had to jump up a little bit of tougher allowance optional claiming events in his final 2 starts there last month. And he came up a little bit short. One, he made the lead and surrendered, and then he kind of got a little tired again. But for him, 7.5 at Assiniboia, very different than what he'll face here at Fort Erie going 6.5. It's a different configuration, and I do think it might be nice for him to get here for the first time. So a lot of eyes on him. Steve Cathcart doing so great with these horses that are coming from every which way. So really excited to see what Ghost Hero does here in his Fort Erie debut. And then finally, the number 4, Pat's Gamble, third best last time out on the turf behind Mad Dog and Joe, who scratched and Lasting Silence, who stays in this spot. But prior races, I mean, you can't really knock him. He's been second best behind Garofoli, who we have seen dominate here the last 2 seasons and has been a thorn in everyone's side. So when you're second best there and you don't have to face him today, what makes you think that he can't get the job done today? I think there is a situation where Pat's Gamble, if he's close enough to it and they are blistering early, that maybe if he's in contention, he can pass them late. So I'm really excited to see this upcoming 6th race. I mentioned it does kick off the late daily double, and could be nice to see where these horses go from here. Good luck.
And we have a winner to announce for the final non-winning ticket prize draw today. Congratulations to Justine Mayu. You have won a non-winning ticket prize draw. Once again, that's Justine Mayu. Congratulations. Please head to customer service to collect your prize. Field is making their way on track for today's sixth race. Race 6 is an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up. Off the turf, it will now be contested at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. Competing for a purse of $28,800. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Race 6 post parade, number 1 is Ghost Hero. Praven Badgery picks up the mount for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Pan Am Racing. Number 2 is 50 BMG. Leo Salas in the saddle for trainer Valerie Thompson and owner Scott Simmons. Number 3 is Lasting Silence. Juan Crawford has the call for trainer Sharon Chicotto and owners Danny Lococo and Mary Biamont. Denise Carpenter owns the number 4, Pat's Gamble. Edgar Zenteno riding for trainer John Sims. Scratch numbers 5 and 6. Number 7 is Stylish Gent. Deshaun Gaskin riding for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. And completing the field, number 8, Le Grand Garçon. Luis Reyes picks up the mount for owner trainer Tom Steer. Late double wagering offered here. We are off the turf for race 6. Race 6 field is heading into the chute, approaching the starting gate. Last call to get your late double wagers in. And race 6 field is set to head behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Current favorite at 2-1 is the number 7, Stylish Gent. 5-2 on the number 3, Lasting Silence. Field of 6 in this off-turf co-featured event of the day. First up will be Ghost Hero, making his Fort Erie debut under Praven Badri. In from Assiniboia Downs, 50 BMG and Leo Salas to gate 2. Lasting Silence and Juan Crawford. Pat's Gamble with Edgar Zenteno. Stylish Gent with Deshaun Gaskin. And last in will be Le Grand Garçon with Luis Reyes. All set. They're off. 50 BMG out well towards the inside with Stylish Gent also ridden for some speed. Pat's Gamble racing forwardly in third. Ghost Hero skipping up the inside to look for position in mid-pack, racing 2 lengths better than Lasting Silence. The early trailer is Le Grand Garçon. Stylish Gent rushes up the outside and puts the neck in front of 50 BMG. These two, they've already opened up 5 lengths as they rocket down the backstretch. Opening quarter was 22-2, racing into a headwind. Pat's Gamble biding his time alone in third, a length better than Ghost Hero. It's another gap of 5 to Lasting Silence and 2 more to Le Grand Garçon. The pace is quick and it's contested. They race within the 3 and Stylish Gent still with a short lead to 50 BMG, but these two are tiring. Pat's Gamble gains with every stride. Zenteno says go and puts the head in front. Ghost Hero Badri also swings off the inside, and here comes Lasting Silence. The complexion changes greatly at the top of the stretch. It's now Pat's Gamble and Edgar Zenteno up by 2, but Lasting Silence closing with momentum. Ghost Hero and Le Grand Garçon with a late charge. It's Pat's Gamble on top. Lasting Silence is coming though. These two are well clear of the rest. Pat's Gamble looking for the wire. Lasting Silence flying down the far outside and gets up. 4 on the day for Juan Crawford. Lasting Silence. Pat's Gamble, then Le Grand Garçon, Ghost Hero, Stylish Gent, and 50 BMG. 118 flat. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 3, Lasting Silence. Second, number 4, Pat's Gamble. Third, number 8, Le Grand Garçon. And fourth, number 1, Ghost Hero. Unofficial race 6 order, 3-4-8-1. Race 6 is now official. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the official winner of today's 6th race, number 3, Lasting Silence. Lasting Silence is a 4-year-old bay gelding by silent name out of lasting memory, bred here in Ontario by Garland Williamson. 4 wins on the day in 6 races for jockey Juan Crawford, and it's a training double for Sharon Chicotto, who trains this 4-year-old gelding for Danny Lococo and Mary Biamont. Lasting Silence now 5 for 15 in his career. His first win here at Fort Erie, rallying to complete the 6.5 furlongs in a winning time of 1:18 flat. Race 6 is official. Congratulations to the connections of Lasting Silence. Prices are up, $640 to win, $320 and $260. Second, number 4, Pat's Gamble, $310 to place, $230. Third, number 8, Le Grand Garçon, $390 to show. $2 exacta, 3-4, $18.80. The $1 try, 3-4-8, $34.60. $1 super, 3-4-8-1, $82.70. $2 double, 5-3, $15.70. And the $1 pick 3, $57.75. Be sure to join the Fort Erie Racetrack Loyalty Club. You can earn more rewards for attending the races this summer here at Fort Erie. Head down to customer service to get the details. Race 7 changes. A rider change on the number 1, Frederica's Rose, make the rider Praven Badri. And a rider change on the number 6, Seeking Title Ready, make the rider Luis Reyes. 17 minutes to post for the nightcap.
We round out another week of racing here in the 7th. It's a maiden special weight event for fillies and mares. 6 furlongs is the distance here on the main track. And it's a really competitive group. I mean, kind of looking at these horses, I expect a couple of them to take a step forward, and they've already done that. You just wonder if a little bit of improvement happens today, can they graduate? And I think there are a couple of them that certainly could get it done today. I'll kick it off here with the number 7, Blues Mommy for John Sims. Denise Carpenter owns this one in partnership with John, and a horse that she's really done nothing wrong since getting back here to Fort Erie. Looking at her races and her first start here this season, she rolled from off of it in the Summer Solstice Cup, which was won by the speedy Captain Clutch that day. In her following start, she picked up a little bit of ground, just second best behind Strike a Note. And last time out, they tried her on the turf going long, a little out of distance, and she was third in that field of 7. She was half a length behind, or a length and a half, I should say, behind Dancin' Mary Marie, who she'll tackle again. But I think when you kind of look at some of her figures, she's better on the dirt. She has experience over a wet track. I think that's key. Both on the mud, going 6 furlongs, and then over a sloppy track, going 1 mile and a 16th, where she almost got the job done late last year. And I think in terms of her speed, is she the fastest in here? No, but I do think she can actually be somewhat forward in this group where others lack early foot, and maybe that's the difference maker for her today. So Blues Mommy on top. The 6 seeking title ready to her inside goes out for Mickey Neubauer. She showed that speed in her first start here at Fort Erie back on opening day in the Summer Solstice Cup, but she just kind of backed out of it. And I feel like maybe she needed a race. She is a horse that's kind of interesting when you see her other 2 races, because debut, she didn't show a ton of speed. She rolled from off of it, and then she was very headstrong in her following start on August 23rd. So this is going to be her second start in the barn, and Mickey Neubauer, have to think with the way the track's been playing today, you do want to be somewhat forward. We've seen some of the dynamics where, at least in the last race, right, we did see a horse roll from off of it, but I do think maybe the speed and the way the track's playing does play in the favor of the 6 seeking title ready. And then finally, the number 4, Dancing Mary Marie. She's been fun to watch in terms of her progression this season, because she has started to put it together in her starts here. I think physically, she's looking a little bit better every time. I like the way that she's built. I like the way that she's behaving today. I think that's also the biggest thing with her. It's not the physical game, it's the mental game. And when you look at her first start here for the barn, her headspace, I don't think was the best that day. She was off slow, but she did try to make up some ground there to finish 4th. And I thought last time out, she's a little bit better in terms of the fractions. They did go pretty slow there on the turf, and she was pretty forward. I thought she was going to get the job done, but she was narrowly defeated. So I know she's going to move back to the dirt. I don't necessarily mind that for her. Sure, maybe long term, she's more of a turf horse and wants to go longer and be forward. But I have to say, like I said, a lot of it is the mental part of it. And I do love the way that she's behaving today. And she, to me, would be a horse that maybe I would elevate based on the way that she's acting. But we'll see if the number 7, Blues Mommy, my top pick in here, can get it done in her 12th career start. Good luck and good night.
Field is making their way on track for tonight's 7th and final race. Race 7 is a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. Traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $26,550. Race 7 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high five wagering. The carryover starts fresh today. Race 7 post parade, number 1 is Frederica's Rose. Praven Badgery picks up the mount for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Candace Warwick. Number 2 is Blazing Damsel, Juan Crawford in the saddle for trainer Joan Mitchell and owner Andrew Roberts. Number 3 is Ready as a Breeze. Alexis Sanchez has the call for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Hopefield Farm. Number 4 is Dancin' Mary Marie. Deshaun Bino pilots for trainer Desmond Maynard and owner Nadia Donlava. Also from the barn of Desmond Maynard is the number 5, Our Lily, racing for James Ogilvy. The rider is Zerrell Ford. Number 6 is Seeking Title Ready. Luis Reyes picks up the mount for trainer Mickey Neubauer and owner Charles Fipke. Number 7 is Blues Mommy. Deshaun Gaskin rides for trainer John Sims, who owns with Denise Carpenter. Completing the field, number 8, Charlita, owned and trained by Aaron Rickman. The rider is Michael David. Jackpot high five wagering offered here. Get those wagers in. Starting gate is about to take position. Last call to get your race 7 wagers in. Race 7 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Field of 8 maiden allowance fillies and mares will make up the jackpot high five field tonight. Current favorite at 7-5 is the number 6 Seeking Title Ready. Frederica's Rose, the first to go in under Praven Badri. Blazing Damsel, Juan Crawford looking for his 5th win of the day. Second time starter, Ready as a Breeze with Alexis Sanchez. Dancing Mary Marie, a bit reluctant behind the gate. Gate crew still working on Dancing Mary Marie. The others are waiting patiently. Favoritism still on the number 6 Seeking Title Ready. There's 4-1 support on the number 1 Frederica's Rose, 6-1 on Dancing Mary Marie, 9-2 on the number 5 Our Lily. Jackpot high five is starting fresh today after it was hit last night. Dancing Mary Marie goes in. Stablemate Our Lily with Zerrell Ford to gate 5. The favorite, Seeking Title Ready with Luis Reyes. Goes in. Blues Mommy with Deshaun Gaskin. Last in will be Charlita with Michael David. All set for the nightcap. They're off. Blazing Damsel out a bit slowly, having to steady in a bit tight. Speed from the outside for Seeking Title Ready with Dancing Mary Marie. Blues Mommy also forward with Charlita out wide. Blazing Damsel making a rush up the inside to apply some early pressure. Alone in mid-pack is Our Lily, racing 2 lengths better than Frederica's Rose, and Ready as a Breeze will have to pass them all. They reached the half. The opening quarter was 22-2, and after a slow beginning, Blazing Damsel, Juan Crawford looking for his 5th on the day, is battling with Seeking Title Ready. These two head-and-head open up 4 lengths on Dancing Mary Marie. Then we have a trio of Our Lily, who's passing Blues Mommy and Charlita out wide. Frederica's Rose is 7th, and Ready as a Breeze still at the back. 2 furlongs left to travel. Seeking Title Ready drops the anchor, and that leaves Blazing Damsel 4 lengths clear as they reach the head of the lane. Dancing Mary Marie comes off the inside with Our Lily, rallying well in the blue cheek pieces. Our Lily and Zerrell Ford. Dancing Mary Marie and Deshaun Bino. They're trying to reel in Blazing Damsel. 16th to go. Our Lily puts the head in front. Dancing Mary Marie is trying, but Our Lily finishing too well. Our Lily goes on to score. Our Lily and Zerrell Ford, a length and 3/4 to Dancing Mary Marie, Blazing Damsel, Frederica's Rose, Blues Mommy, Ready as a Breeze, Charlita, and Seeking Title Ready. 6 furlongs and 1:12-2. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 5, Our Lily. It's a photo for place. Hold all tickets. In the place photo, it's the number 4, Dancin' Mary Marie, over the number 3, Blazing Damsel. 4th was number 1, Frederica's Rose. 5th, number 7, Blues Mommy. Jackpot high 5 numbers. Unofficial 54217. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 7th race, number 5, Our Lily. Our Lily is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Super Speedy out of Wroxham, bred here in Ontario by Fox Financial Corp. Ridden to victory today by Zerrell Ford, Our Lily is trained by Desmond Maynard for James Ogilvie. Our Lily, with a nice outside rally, proves best to break the maiden in start number 9, completing the 6 furlongs in a time of 1:12.2. Congratulations to the connections of Our Lily. Hold all tickets until race 7 is made official. Race 7 is now official. Prices are up. Our Lily returns $6 to win, $3.30 and $2.60. Second, number 4, Dancin' Mary Marie, $4.20 to place, $3. Third, number 2, Blazing Damsel, $6.10 to show. $2 exacta 5-4, $21.40. The $1 try, 5-4-2, $126.80. $1 super, 5-4-2-1, $360, 5 cents. $1 high five, 5-4-2-1-7, returned $872.25. The carryover into Monday's card will be $1,896.34. $2 double, 3-5, $27.10. The $1 pick 3, $42 even. $1 late pick 4, $207.25. And the $1 late pick 5, $7,005.10. Jackpot high five carryover into Monday's card will be $1,896.34. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show for info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back next week at Fort Erie, Monday and Tuesday. Post time will be 4:30. And be sure to come out for the rescheduled Almost Cool concert. We had to cancel tonight due to the weather, but the concert has been rescheduled for next Tuesday after the last race. Be sure to come out on August 3rd for the Basset Hound and Corgi races, more dog racing action taking place here at Fort Erie. And we are proud to partner with Oneida New Holland of Niagara. We'd like to thank them for providing us with a tractor for our racetrack maintenance. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 70 HD or 100 Epico, Thursdays at 10:30, Saturdays at 4, and Sundays at noon. And that concludes the racing week here from Fort Erie Racetrack. We'd like to thank everybody who stuck with us here despite some stormy skies throughout the evening. We will be back on Monday and Tuesday next week, so we hope to see you all back. Enjoy the rest of your week from all of us here at Fort Erie Racetrack.